Hey, howdy, hey. Oh, greetings there, Jess. How you doing? Just a second. I just realized I forgot to do the swapperoo to the music there. Right now my headphones are, my earbuds are giving the static noise, which means probably that I'm probably in the clear for this game in terms of its audio feedback problems. We'll have to see. Anyway, we are starting still, yet again, early, giving this a try. It has been a busy last couple of days. Continues to remain busy, and I will be busy tomorrow as well. After June 2nd, I think. No, not June 2nd. When is that? I think it's at least the second week of June is when everything goes back to kind of a little bit more of a leisurely pace and whatnot. Let me double check that we have audio operational, because this has caused problems in the past. Checking out the Rumble site, because that one seems to have the most issues. You can live a very long time without getting old. Oh my goodness, advertisements are the worst. Okay, it is working. Wonderful. And change that back. There we go. Okay. Hey there, fish sticks. What have you got? Nothing. I want you to give me a melee weapon. You know what we do to people who don't give us melee weapons? Nothing. Greetings there, Anna. How you doing? Rivalry started. Heavens to Betsy. I do not have great items for this engagement. All right, use this. Now, if I remember right, Anna is a dual account, so I guess that's the Anna Wade, and so Wade's the other part of that account. My apologies, I'm spacing a little bit. Oh, look at that. Grab that, move on. Good, it's every time I turn off my PC that you stream. Yeah, that's indeed the case. It's part of the wonders of, being on the time zone that I'm on. It's indeed very intriguing to see how, see the type of people that tune in. For a while, we used to have a whole lot of people from Europe as well as Asia. And more recently, we've started getting people mostly from the US and even South America. But time zones are always finicky to work with. I'm good. Had a storm come through earlier with a tornado warning involved. Weather Channel said it stretched from Oklahoma to Canada, was 900 miles long. Hokey smokes. Hopefully it didn't do any damage. Heavens. Am I on duos? Oh, I am. How'd that happen? Okay, the game glitched. I think. Yes, my mom's here. Ah, that explains it. For me, it's 11:47. Dandy. We have a lot of people on the East Coast time. Hey, look at that. Snake's going to take me to safety. What a nice fella. Oh. By the way, Jess, that was a cute video you shared earlier of the beaver. Poor beaver was all trapped. He just went in there for, find some sticks to chew on. Okay, well, I'm going to... Now, we'll see what this guy does. If he goes for a reboot van, we'll stick with it. Otherwise, we'll jump ship. Because I did not intend to get in on the random the random setup here. Yeah. Well, no, he's going to it. Yep. Okay. Just had good rain here. Might have been a bit windy, though the warning keeps getting extended because there was a radar indicator of rotation. Yes. Midwest is a fascinating area. You live by the Weather Channel or the radar map. I got pretty good at being able to gauge weather off of the radar map. It's the only type of way that I would try and gauge my day's activities. What is that? Interesting. I saw it was a cute, nice beaver one, and I knew I had to send it to you. Indeed. It's a very fitting critter. Very, very fitting critter. Nah, I'll keep this one. Tomorrow you and your sister are fishing. Dandy. That should be enjoyable. Oh, that's a terrible shotgun. Oh, there's Snake again. Thanks, Snake. Save me. Save me. Ardo. Hey, that's fine. Where'd the other guy go? Oh. Running around to the reboot again. Well, well, well. Oh, he's got gloves. How very nice. Weather Channel during was saying 60 miles per hour winds and a chance of tornado heading straight through Chicago itself. Ooh, that's risky. I was in St. Louis when there was a tornado that went straight through the city, destroyed a good portion of the airport. Really weirded people out when that happened. I'm going to go to sleep. It's 12 for me. Indeed. Rest well. And see you next time, whenever that is. One of the moments I remember when I was driving back home. My family pulled to the side of the road. We'd just been on a small road trip, a day trip, and we found it was beautiful weather. On the way back, ooh, gloves. On the way back, the weather started to shift. And over the horizon, we just see this wall of green clouds. For those of you who are aware of what weather is like in the Midwest, you know green is a very bad sign. We're talking one of the absolute worst things you can see on the horizon. It means a tornado is not only in the area, it is active and it has touched down. It is pulling the ground up into the air. That's how you get that effect. I do wonder just how often people are at risk of tornadoes. Wow, you're up early, says Jersey. Indeed. I am up very early. Green what? Green clouds. It's a very bad sign. It means that there's a very severe tornado in the area. Oh. Having trouble getting up there. Oh, it's Snake. I remember you, Snake. Oh, come back here, Snake. Oh, look at that. That feels a little bit like justice. Parents went through multiple hurricanes. Yeah, hurricanes are a dangerous thing. Dangerous, dangerous thing. What the heck is that one? But, so I knew a guy. He was not a fan of really paying attention to when people were telling him to do stuff. And one of the things people said is don't go outside when there is a storm. And he was like, what's the big deal? And we said, well, tornadoes. Tornadoes are a big issue around here. And if there's a storm, there's a good chance there's a tornado in the area. And he was like, yeah, right. We deal with tornadoes all the time. In fact, we run through them. You run through a tornado. And what he meant was he runs through dust devils. He had no idea that tornadoes were real. To him, it was mythology. He didn't think it was anywhere close to being real. And then I had to show him actual video footage of a tornado in the area and how it was destroying an area that we knew. And well, he finally realized the danger. Oh, dang. That guy's hurting hard. If we come out with a victory here, I'm going to be so shocked. I was really tired, so I'm going to go sleep. So bye. Indeed. Rest well. I don't know which ones are edited and which ones are real. You don't have to fake a tornado. It's everyone knows a tornado who lives in the area. They get bad. They get very bad. Do not underestimate the power of a tornado. Those that do usually regret it very much. Uh-oh, that's not good. Oh, phooey. There you go again. That guy's probably really ticked off. He's like, how many times do I have to revive him? Ooh, wow. That is a pretty large storm. That is very, very large. Hopefully it doesn't cause too much damage. Midwest people are famous for standing on a porch or sitting in a garage while with open doors to watch the storm, see if one comes. Yep. I remember doing that. I remember also my parents were like, storms are not a problem. They're not dangerous. Don't be afraid of them. And they sat me down in front of an open door. Screen door was there, but the open door. And as we're watching, a lightning bolt shoots down on top of this gigantic tree and snaps it in two, and it just goes crashing down. What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? You're a goner. Well done for him for at least trying. That was honorable. That was an honorable attempt. I need to change that setting. But anyway, the tree split. And so when you're a kid and you see that happen, you're like, you just said the trees, that the storm's not dangerous. It just destroyed that gigantic tree. And left a little worried. But no, we got used to, storms coming through. Just enjoy it. No, the photos online of a green sky. Yes. No, the sky does get green. It's all the dust that gets pulled up. So the dust goes up into the air, into the clouds, as well as grass and everything else. And it just colors the sky green. It is deeply unsettling if you know what's coming. And so my family was going back home, and we see this giant wall of green clouds. Now, they're not like vivid green. They don't look like grass. It's a dark, sickly green, but still very unnerving. Storm is past now. Okay. One of the worst storms I ever lived through was it was a perfectly clear day, and then as we're standing there, we were taking care of the lawn, helping our dad out and to like mow the lawn, take care of clippings and whatnot, and we look up, and over the treetops and the houses, we see this gigantic single cloud. Yeah, it was weird. Pitch black. And we're like, was there a storm scheduled for today? And we just see lightning going off inside of it. The winds start picking up. And one of the most severe storms that I've ever been through happened at that moment. It came out of nowhere, was there for about 15, 30 minutes, gone. It was a single, more or less a single cloud. It had formed something like a few miles beforehand, but even so, it was that strong that it caused a small flash flood. I don't really know how often that happens, but it did happen to us. And a neighbor went out to try and film the storm because, it's pretty special. And immediately is like having trouble holding up the umbrella because they're trying to keep their camera dry. And then we're like, oh my goodness, this is a bad, bad storm. I'm glad that Alaska doesn't have to deal with those sorts of storms. Instead, we get earthquakes. Gotta watch for the sky, for the falling Aang. Do you ever use a program called Moho? Moho. I don't know if I've heard that program before. I'll have to take a look at it. I maybe know it, but didn't realize it. Moho, what is that? A 2D animation software. Vector-based 2D. Oh. Is this a rebranding or is this a brand new software? No, it's version 14. It's been around for a while. Oh, it's Flash. No. It's vector style Flash type animation. No. Oh, that's cool. It's like Toon Boom Light. No, I've never seen this one before. And I've looked like I keep up to date on software. That's really strange. I never heard about this before. Most intriguing. I'm going to have to look into this. Look at their videos on YouTube. Indeed. That is really promising. Built for animation. What's the cost of this thing? Wow, that's actually not a bad price. If it is a one-time purchase. One-time purchase? Hokey smokes, Bullwinkle. Hokey smokes. Oh. That is really interesting. Again, how have I never heard of this one before? What can you do in Moho? Oh, I've seen the style before. Okay, so it's not completely unfamiliar. What? You can paint and rig inside of it? You can rig the paintbrush. Wow. Okay, now some of those features are not as good as they're making out to be. I've seen some of these features, and but still, that is really neat. Oh, they got a lot of stuff. Okay, I've seen that short out there. Okay, I've seen that one. Oh my goodness. Oh, Storm, stop it. Leave me alone. That is so fascinating. Huh. You know, I got a project I have to do sometime in the future, and that might have to be on my list of software to utilize. Maybe. Clip Paint's going to be my first choice, but that actually has a lot of potential if it has one thing that I'm looking for, one thing in particular that Clip Paint Studio doesn't have. Well, two things. One of them is better collaboration. Clip Paint is not very good at some of its collaboration features. And the other one has to do with the timesheet. Timesheet in every software irritates me. I want an old-fashioned timesheet. Oh, they're testing AI voice NPCs for creative right now. You can't publish a map, but you can test it in build map mode. Can you have Darth Vader and talk to him about salmon? That was a memorable moment. I wondered how long till they would do that. Well, will it stay a one-time purchase? Haven't you complained about one switching to monthly? Yes, indeed, that can happen. But that's the big question. So they can do that, but there is the requirement of that. You have to get, you have to make a new version to change it. And so that is a deeply concerning thing. They could do a switcheroo. So you are right. That could happen. That's why I'm not necessarily all gun-ho on it yet, but man, it does look promising. And then again, Toon Boom used to be promising, and they went all into the subscription model. They ruined everything. Dang subscription models. Very, very frustrating. Dude, really check out the Moho and Blender working together. I really plan to fully switch to it. Hey, sounds promising. Indeed. It's under a minute long and it's jaw-dropping. I'll take a look at that once this round is over, because that storm has already caused me some grief. One of the things I've seen with animation tools is they're trying to add in the ability to turn your objects, and that is such a very cool feature. What the heck? Oof. Okay. Let's take a look at that now. I know that bone system. Rigged in Moho. Oh, that's pretty nice. Oh, they got spline bones. That's nice. Spline bones are actually pretty easy to code, but not a lot of programs have them. Oh, look at that. Nice conversion. That's really impressive. That's a feature that a lot of high-end software have. And the fact that they have it is quite commendable. Only other software that really had that was Toon Boom. And Toon Boom, of course, was super, super expensive. There's a couple others as well. There's one, I don't remember the name of it, but it was like super popular for League of Legends. But I've not. If Toon Boom was expensive, this other one was even more so, and it had much fewer uses. And so it's good to see that they're really leaning into that, because a lot of people need that. I wonder what the spline bones end up converting into. Bone chains. Because I would actually be more curious to know what that system is, what it converts into, so that way I can, start to do it on my end. There's two versions of it. $60 and the other one's $400. Hope the cheaper one is enough. As in my personal experience, things like that, to get all the features that they advertise, you have to go with the expensive one. I hate to be the downer on that, but all the best features I've ever seen added into a software, like Clip Paint Studio, come on the expensive one. And they make you suffer if you don't get the top tier. It's kind of a sneaky business model. But, I mean, they are giving you a one-time purchase, so it is technically better all the same, so I can live with it. But I know some people that is indeed a problem. Am I supposed to shoot you too? Nope. Oh, come on. Take that. Yeah, look at that. I cheated. Yeah, neat little game that they have there. Should have gone there with more ammo, though. What the heck is that? That's weird looking. But anyway, software like that tends to be expensive regardless. And when they get you the cheaper version, it's more like to make you realize that you need to upgrade. Although when you don't have that option, I mean, you learn to work with what you have. And so it's not bad. It doesn't cause any severe problems, but it does become a bit of a hindrance. Verse Professor Doc. Not just a professor, but also a doc as well. Wow. Let me in. Give me the gold. So, one of the projects I have on the back burner, and I don't have a way to do it well, is a short animation that is 2D. And there's some 3D, 2D rigs, but most of it's 2D. I've been debating about when to start that project because it's a fairly complex one. I don't know after which project I'm working on that I should give it a try. Will it be after the Milo story? Will it be after one of the 3D animations? I don't know. But it is on my list of things to pull off. Is that Shaggy? Oh gosh! This bald guy came out and shot me. I'm I started getting a little too loud, so I had to cut off the voice. You know, I would really like to have my own place just so I can be able to do voice acting again. It's a really cool company. Really responsive. Wasn't looking at the rocks there. They responded to a friend's email and extended his free trial. Ooh. Because he wasn't sure if he wanted to buy it or not. Understandable. That is promising, though. And definitely a company worth investing in. Question is, how many companies do you invest in, too? I've kind of tied myself to Clip Paint. And so when I upgrade my next drawing software, it's going to be Clip Paint. The other one is good, but it does a style, though, that I'm not a fan of. It does that modern cartoon style, and I want traditional animation. Toon Boom explored the other types. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that was really bad. I did not expect him to have gloves. Phooey. But, anyway, Clip Paint allows me to really lean into some of the traditional animation style I want to try and do. Toon Boom went into modern cartoon vector animation, and I'm not a fan of that. Moho is like somewhere in the middle, it seems. But it is leaning heavy into kind of like the Flash sort of structure. And so style-wise, it doesn't necessarily fit me, but I know that it definitely fits the style of other people. By the way, I have a bit of a new drawing workflow. So I got Clip Paint working on this computer. And I was drawing the other day and found a new technique. I'll tell you all about it later on, but because I have to see if it keeps working or not. And so until it starts working, I can't really tell you one way or the other if it's the best method. Stop dancing. How many of these people are real? That's how Clip Paint EX should look like, yeah. Maybe someday. Oh, they added the James Bond Aston Martin in the shop. Though I know you won't spend on that. I think the vehicle you would buy would be the Toy Story one. Yes, indeed. I'm 100 coins shy. I've been debating about getting just like the smallest batch from the store just to do it. I might do that tomorrow. Because that's what's so frustrating is that you need just 100. And I wasted it on a stupid emote that I never used. By the way, shouldn't this place become Pizza Planet right in front of me? What a missed opportunity. I always thought that would have been interesting if they made an actual Pizza Planet at Disney. And they tried, but it just wasn't the same, like what you would have expected. Uh-oh. You can now buy only what you're missing, if I remember. Have to look into that. I'll be sending the new laptop today. Ooh. As I'm waiting for the delivery, it is hard to transfer clips to. Is it hard to transfer clips to another device? Sorry, transfer clip. No, actually, you just gotta make sure you download the right one, which I messed up the other day, which is why we didn't end up doing the art stream the other day, and I had to figure it out after I got off. I downloaded the wrong version. And as such, I was unable to get it to open. So I did get the right one after that. But I definitely need to also upgrade. It's been a while since I've upgraded clip paints. And they have a lot of nice new features. But I would have to like really be leaning into 2D art again, and I plan to do that later on this year, which is why I'm actually thinking about upgrading that. It's one of the reasons also why I needed a new PC, because the old one was struggling with doing a lot of that stuff. It's still good for rendering, but it's not good for processing fast projects, like having a bunch of frames of animation going by. Ooh. Dang. That was actually relatively close. Well, one of the things I'll be doing with the projects when we get to summer is I've been cataloging it over the last couple of months. I have an entire collection of the projects cataloged. I've been trying to get it in that position so that way I can be able to streamline that creative process, because I get bogged down on things a lot, as many of you know. I'm hoping that by doing that, it will speed everything up and I can actually, turn projects around very quickly, but that also requires you to have the time for it. And I've been finding I don't quite have the time like I would prefer. But that's life for you. I have version 1.91. Really? Is it 2.0 then? Let me see here. Because I think they're up to version 5. Yeah, they're up to version 5. Where's the other ones? So they have version 1, version 2, version 3. I'm at version 3. Version 5 is their most recent one. I ended up downloading the wrong version. That's why it didn't work. It's version 3 that I'm on, but I need to get up to version 5. Hey, greetings there, Dad Man. How are you doing? I ended up listening to the rest of your stream on the way back, on the drive back. You guys had some good discussions earlier. Oh, so it's version 1. So they're up to version 5. If you're on version 1, you're on a very old version. I got on version 1. That's the one that convinced me I wanted to upgrade. But yeah, if you're on version 1, you're pretty old on that. And it still will work. You just won't have all the features that will really help you benefit from the... Oh, no, it's not good. I was only one shot away. Oh, I should have been more careful. I saw the guy land. Should have ran. Heard that from us. Oh yeah, indeed. It was enjoyable. Glad that both you and the missus got the chance to do that. There is a nice fella. Had a lot of fun with him in the past when I was on streams with him. He kind of showed up out of nowhere, and I didn't quite know what to make of the guy to begin with. And he asked for me to join one of his streams, and that was early on with all the stuff he was doing. And I took it. I ended up doing it because I was in that transition period between working with the YouTubers and being on my own, and so I actually gave him that time of day, whereas beforehand I might have been a little bit more suspicious. But he's been a good guy. Too fond of the AI, but that's another discussion entirely. I'll need a code or at the moment to redeem it, right? Or is the clip account enough? It is enough. It used to be a lot more complex, but what you can end up doing is you download the correct version, and then you just log in, and it will say, do you want to transfer the account from your old PC to the new one? And then you just press yes, and that's all it takes. It's really easy, actually. It was the easiest software transfer I have ever had to deal with. License transfer, correction. Easiest one I've ever had. I'm kind of jealous that Dabman is going to Universal this weekend. Wait a minute. I'm now jealous too. He didn't invite us. I'm so put out. No, I hope that you have good fun over there. It's a fun park. I've only been there once. Well, twice, technically. I've only been there once for a vacation, and that was a lot of fun. Super spendy, though, to travel from Alaska down there. Even though it's a more affordable park than Disney, it's still expensive in that sense. But hopefully it's a good and lovely day for you when you go down. That you get a chance to really get a chance to see something new down there. That was something I didn't realize when I was working at Disney, and I didn't realize how many people would end up going back like weekly because they always had new stuff that was taking place. I had no idea that every single week something new was happening. Hole 9. I miss golfing. The rich man's sport. Or, you know, the sport of people that don't live in an area where there's 3 feet of snow. And now there's more to Universal with the added parks. Yeah. Been talking with relatives about getting a chance to go down there again, but, you know, economy kind of it makes that a little difficult. But it is on the list of things to try and do. Jess is going to be near record heat. Oh, it's going to be near record heat for when you're down in Orlando. So it may not be a party. Hey, there's a lot of indoor stuff to do. I mean, it's not... I mean, yes, it will be hot, but there's always stuff to do in Florida. They know about the heat. Although, I will say, of parks to go to when it's super hot outside, Disney by far is still the best. Because they got the misters everywhere. Universal did too, but you had to be closer to the water areas to really feel its effect. All right, buddy. There we go. Wunderbar. Gotta get up and drive in the morning. Rest well, Dad, man. See you all next time. Have fun. And find a goofy photo to share. Find something goofy around there to show everybody. It was about 80 today, and tomorrow it's going to be in the mid-50s. Probably why we had such a bad storm front. Ah, yes. The right now it is 50 degrees at the peak of the day up here in Alaska. And during the nights, it's still getting to freezing. This is the winter that, like I've said before, just will not let up. It's fascinating. It's not bad. It's just fascinating because I've never gotten a chance to really see this happen. And people were saying it will never happen again. And lo and behold, how the times change. And suddenly it turns out that, yes, indeed, it can go back to it like the way that it used to be and be a cold spring. Aang versus the Innocent Scent. Then over the week, it's going to climb back up. Storms predicted again for next Friday. Right now, we are in spring melt. So meaning that right now we have massive sections of the area that were about 3, 4, 5 feet deep of snow and ice, and they are just melting super fast. You think that stuff would last a long time, but once the water starts to flow, it starts to melt the snow and ice very quickly. And already a good portion of our road system has been completely cleared of snow and ice. Does this fish dance, or is that just the other one from okay, that's the other one. I guess this one's got a nail through its mouth, so it's not really going to be able to move there. But anyway, spring melt is completely what the heck? Collect a shield item. But so right now, there's a couple of areas that are also starting to have another problem. What is transpiring is, as the snow melts, it is flooding our sewers, and the sewers are starting to sprout like little geysers up in the middle of the road, and then it starts to eat away at the asphalt. And so now we have massive potholes that are starting to appear. And they're very quick to try and stop them because, you know, once it kind of starts, there's almost no getting it under control once it gets to a certain point. And you have to wait for it, things to all quiet down. But there's an area nearby where trying to turn the corner, you have to watch out because there's what looks like a little tiny puddle, but it's actually a giant pothole. And it's because the water's been soaking down and just destroying everything. Last month, the weather kept flipping back and forth from really cold to warm spring. Supposedly, spring starts next week for Alaska, like true spring. Our spring will last probably about, this year, it will probably last about a good solid 2 weeks. And then we're going to be into full-blown summer. You know, when I was a kid, I was living up here in Alaska for a short time. And there was a very cold winter that took place. Feet and feet of snow. Absolutely massive snow piles. And there was an area that we would drive by, and I remember watching the area to see if it would melt of all its snow. And it didn't. Well, since living up here, that area has melted every single year. This last year, it didn't. Thus, meaning that it is an actual glacier that is starting to form. The question is, how big will it get? That part is a mystery. What a strange fort. The heck? Oh, look, it's Anna's Game Land. Hey, Alaska. Welcome to spring. Yeah, it's not truly spring right now. Right now, it's just, you know, it's spring melt. Nothing's budding yet. It'll probably bud next week. How are you doing, Anna? What has been going on in your neck of the woods? I wonder if that bot will follow me. There was one time where I shot a bot and it followed me and across the entire map. I don't remember what day, what stream that was, but it chased me for the entire game. And towards the end, it came back and fought me, and I didn't realize it and it took me out. I've not seen a bot do that since. but I kind of want to see what would happen right now. And it looks like the bot gave up. Well, one of the things that you will see during this time of year in Alaska is all the food trucks will start to return. They go into hibernation, you could say, for the winter. When spring comes out, they start driving all over the area. And I drove by one earlier. I've never seen it before. There's a couple of very standard ones. There's crab cakes for one. There's a famous Mexican place up here. Then I saw a Russian food truck. Not tried it before, but it was driving by me on the highway. For us, that's our fancy gourmet eating around here. A bunch of food trucks. Okay, we got better restaurants, but at times it feels like that's our big claim to fame. Guy should be watching his back. Too much pollen. I need snow, Jeff. Well, we still got some snow up here. You can come and collect some snow. You can bury your head in the snow and let it just cool off everything. I know exactly what you're talking about the... Oh, no! Oh, no. No. Get away from me! Food truck hibernation. Hey, that's what it feels like. I mean, they're parked in people's garages, well, in their parking, parking spaces at their homes, and you know, then they start moving again. But during the winter, whenever your allergies start becoming too much, you just go outside and just let the snow cool everything down. Thankfully, the summer allergies up here have gotten a lot better for me. I used to suffer during the summers, and not so much anymore. It still bothers me. Like right now, if you might hear it, it's actually affecting my voice right now, just a little bit, because I'm not taking medication for it. But by about midsummer, the allergies will become normalized, and you're kind of good to go. But there is one time in the winter when you have to beware of being indoors, because then all the pollens inside of like molds and whatnot start to bloom. It's really obnoxious, actually, because you think you're in the clear, and it's suddenly, nope. I had a really bad allergy season. I was suffering, I could barely breathe, and my family was going on a fishing trip. We were going to be on a halibut charter. And so that goes out to some deep water on the ocean, and you fish. Well, what ends up happening is I get on there. I'm like, I can't breathe. This is obnoxious. We get out to the water. After like 3 minutes, allergies gone. I apparently was made for the ocean. Which goes to make sense because, you know, Viking blood and all. Which I am technically part pirate. We found that in our family lineage, so it's kind of interesting. I got to get myself some more water. Be right back. Okay. By the way, what time is it for you over there, Anna? I know it should be like early morning, right? Time to go to the forest. By the way, one of the things that is great about Alaska is that we got a lot of different forests that you can be able to go to. All of them with their kind of unique personalities, but I've not been to many of them. In fact, I really haven't been to just about any of them. Part of it is that it takes so much money to travel to those areas. Nearly 7 a.m. It's a bright and beautiful morning then. The tops of these trees are so funny looking. I was looking through my old clips I made on Twitch and saw this one. Let's see here. What is this one? I don't have my ability to do the preview like I used to. I gotta get that set up. Oh, golly. That is an old one. Oh, yeah. That was back when I had my very first stream setup. Because I still had the metal circle. No, that wasn't the first one. That was the second one. But still, that was early on. That's a classic, Jess. Looking right at the... At first, I thought that was Dadman. I completely forgot that was an NPC you could find around the map. That's a great looking bear. I wish that was a character. I should show Dadman that clip. You're threatening his precious unicorn. Yes. That poor unicorn. You know, unicorns probably make some pretty good tasty steaks. They come in better with their own sprinkles, I hear. Oh, golly. Gotta find a time to do another game with Dadman. It's been a long time since I did that. Come to think of it, need to figure out also another time for the story stream because so the other day when it got canceled, it was because I was stuck at work and I was not able to get out until like 4 hours after the stream was supposed to start, and so that was very disheartening because man, I was looking forward to that. We got to cover a little bit of it, like 5% of it. On the Saturday night stream. Come to think of it, that means he's probably not doing a Saturday night stream this week because he's probably at Universal. Yeah, that's what I would assume. Ooh, does this give you extra speed? I am moving pretty fast. Yeah, look at that speed. Logic, you eat a spiky fish and you gain super speed. You become the Flash. No Saturday. Oh, how sad. I mean, good for him, but sad for everyone else. Hark, gunfire. Those things are so freaky. Oh. I do not have good enough gear for this. Just leave him. Or I'll ambush him. Wow, that was not hard at all. Disregard. Storm. I think I found the oldest of you. A joke. Check out this clip. Streaming StarCraft 2. Oh no. Oh. Oh wow, that was the week that rolling chairs showed up. Wow, that is old. Oh god, that was also when Cappy was showing up and Cosmo, Misfit as well. Also Riker, man, there's a lot of folks that showed up for those streams back then. A lot of people also that don't stream anymore. It is indeed some changing times. I'm back, lurking. Smooth voice. We are going to be lulling the dad man off to sleep. Tonight we are going to be talking about the ways that which you are supposed to eat and consume a unicorn. First, you want to make sure to tenderize the poor little creature with a giant bat. Yes, you heard that right. You're going to get your Louisville Slugger and you're going to start to beat the daylights out of that unicorn. Perfect. The meat is now tenderized. Now is a perfect time to season it. Grab the nearest bundle of sprinkles and start to slowly work those sprinkles into the fur of the unicorn. No, you don't want it to be into the meat. We want to make sure that we cook the unicorn whole. And then afterwards, we're going to put on a large amount of ice cream all around the unicorn, especially around his feet. There, now you have perfectly cooked a unicorn. Okay, well maybe that's not the best way to be giving you a soothing sound to go to sleep to. Yes. Just as kind of sad, I never thought of clipping my scaring you with the text-to-speech. Yes, indeed. Technically, I do have it saved somewhere. I saved almost every one of my streams from back then. I just don't upload them because, I mean, who's going to go back and, dig through the hundreds of streams that ended up happening? Why, that's a nightmare. Jess shared a clip of me of my character in Fortnite finding the NPC unicorn and threatening it, and so that was on my mind. Oh golly, man! No, those videos from back then, I definitely did save them because I didn't know what to do with them. I lost like maybe 10 of them. Everything else was saved in various qualities, of course. We. Oh yeah. Too late. I already mentioned about it. Oh golly. Yeah, I remember one of the fascinating things that took place in those early days. First off, I should not have been able to stream. All things considered, my setup was not designed to stream. And so one of the things that we struggled with was a very low quality. But one of the things that did fascinate me was that despite that, we had very few streams that got dropped. I mean, sure, compared to other streamers, there's a lot of streams that were dropped. But compared to what I realized should have been happening, we should have been like dropping like every day or two. And yet there's a lot of days where we didn't have any problems. Wunderbar. Well, tomorrow's going to be a busy day for me, like I mentioned earlier. I'm going to be working for a good portion of it. And then we might do an earlier stream, but we will see. Tonight's about as early as I've done one of these streams before. Oh, no. I knew the moment you started firing, I was done for. Though I definitely scared you from doing the Texas speech, it was funny because even when I'd already chatted, but it was quiet for a bit and suddenly talking to you again. Yes, indeed. It also didn't help that I had turned up the volume as well, so it really jolted me awake. But yeah, back in those days, we had Cappy showing up on the regular. We had Boba Jet showing up on the regular. How times have changed. I wonder how they're all doing. There's a lot of people that have come through these streams. Hundreds. Granted, we only have like 300 on Twitch, which is the most we've ever had on these sorts of streams. But there are times where someone's name will just pop out of the blue, and I just wonder what they're doing these days. It's one of the worst parts about the internet. When someone disappears, sometimes it's really hard to keep up with them. It's really hard to follow up and just see how they're doing. There's a guy right now that I've been getting a little worried about. And I've not seen him for a long, long time. I don't really know how to get a hold of him. Someone got a hold of me after years of radio silence. He really surprised me. Like, Jess, when you mentioned about how you surprised me with the Texas speech and whatnot, or the first stream, that was nothing compared to how this guy surprised me. Because I thought that was basically dead to him. And this guy just contacted me out of the blue. I hadn't heard from this guy for years. And this guy just shocked me. I was like, at first, when I saw him, I was like, okay, that's time for me to leave. Things are about to get ugly. And he changed his account in order to reach out to me. Ended up being just fine. He's recovered. He's doing much better. And that was what he wanted to tell me about. I remember that moment of just thinking, I'd almost even forgotten the guy. You never know when you will come across someone again. It may be. Maybe whatever struggles you had beforehand will melt away, kind of like a spring thaw. And a new season of life will start to usher in a brand new experience. think we're too quick to cut off. It's a sad thing, actually. We definitely need to be more considerate to one another. And believe me, I was... well, that was unintended. Oh, no. This is not good. Yes. Wow. But what got that guy? Oh. Oof. Wow, that was close. But anyway, it's amazing what happens in those sorts of situations, because I've had a couple of people where that kind of happened. And how quick we are to just write someone off. Now, there's a couple of people I've kind of written off. Doesn't mean that if they reached out that I'll not hear them, but it means that I'm not actively seeking them out, because I know there's a lot of problems. Oh, look, it's the person I was fighting earlier. They want to have a rivalry. Well, now, I don't want to disappoint this fella. Let's go and punch the daylights out of Aida. Aida? However you say that. You gotta be in the area. As I saw you just a moment ago. Agreed. So are you going to give us Alaska back? Golly. You know, Alaska's kind of become its own thing. We are, if you ask Alaskans who they identify with more, whoa, golly. It's him. It's a combination. Some people associate more with Russia, some people associate more with Canada, and others the US. And a growing number of people with the Pacific. And then there's another group that just focus on Alaska. And I gotta say, it's been interesting to see that dynamic shifting. There's a growing number of people from across the Pacific that have been moving up here. Oh, golly. He's shooting again. Come down and fight me, you coward. I just came across when I made the text to... Yes. Golly, I forgot about that one. Memorable. Anna is so stuck on returning Alaska to his greatness by taking Alaska back. Make Alaska Russian again. If that happens, I want Kamchatka. Oh, yeah. It can be a trade. It can trade. Yeah, the territories can trade back and forth every 10 years. See what happens. The singing clip. Oh, yeah. I should probably bring the text-to-speech back. That was funny. So originally we got rid of it because it was glitching, and it refused to work. Same thing with all the other sounds, actually. So for those that are aware, we have our own sound system. Well, sorry, those that are not aware, we have our own sound system. So if I want to, for example, have a sound play, I couldn't get it on any other platform, so I had to go out and make my own. Don't know how to do that with text-to-speech, though. Although it's, I got an idea of how to pull that off. Had a lot of fun with the text-to-speech, yeah. Your face is half Hawaii. It's so funny. Yep. I noticed that the image that was in the background, I was drawing Alaska. That was for the Pokemon intro that was being done. That was further back than I remembered it being. Like, for me, that Pokemon intro felt like it was just yesterday. I forgot just how old that thing is at this point. That was a lot of fun to do, but man, I could do it so much better now at this point. Oh yeah, the swag daddy. Swag daddy. Yes, that was someone's name in Fortnite. So it became a sound effect. Remember how during the... Oh, we got West here. Remember how we had that moment in the story stream where we talked about having how nostalgia can be a good thing, but also a painful thing. Nostalgia is one of those things that when I've been looking back on old streams, I'm starting to have some of that. It's not painful yet, but I can definitely feel like in a couple years, it's probably going to start getting to that point. Because of all the memories and whatnot. Ah, nice, wonderful hot tub. This is what you're supposed to do in a hot tub, folks. Play the banjo. It's good for the strings. I forgot how long I've been in Bayou until I look at how old the clips are. Lots of story to telling. Yeah, much appreciated for that, Jess. That was a fun stream. I really look forward to doing the second one. You know, when there's the time to make that happen. It's got a lot of neat stuff we're going to be covering. Oh, hey, there's that guy. Oh no. Come back here. Run, you coward. Come back and fight. Wow. Well, at least he ran and didn't eliminate me. I mean, that's positive. I need to get myself some better weapons. That's a problem. He doesn't know what he's going to get. Come on down to Punch Town. Did I just get him with the oldest trick in the book? Oldest trick meaning this was the first strategy I was taught when I played with pro with pro Fortnite players. They're like, embrace the storm. Kind of forgot that Silverado was still here. I can have some fun. I don't know if it still works over on the Twitch side. It's all on the website. So you do have it on your accounts. So you do have silver over there, so you can use it. But I'm going the wrong way. Wow. Wait a minute. Was I going the wrong way the whole time? Oh, I'm in trouble. Oh, I'm in big trouble. Oh, my. I gotta find me a vehicle fast. Stories wait. Health. I have to go jump on the pub stream. Oh, very nice. Thanks for stopping by, Anna. Have a dandy time. And see you next time, whenever that is. The change voice options are here. Oh, yeah, those are still there. So, yes, you can definitely use those. But as in terms of, like, sound effects, the sound effects are all busted. Because, you know, all those issues that occurred. Distracted you too much again. Yeah, it just keeps causing problems. I can't believe she does that. How dare she? Oh, good. There's the end of the storm. Look at all those barrels. About to have a barrel of fun. Uh-oh. No, come on. Let me up. I could have gotten out of the storm in this amount of time. Oh, this is bad. That was not smart. Let's get out of here. Close. Especially since Western the party, the voice change could be fun. Indeed. Yeah, there used to be a lot of people that would do those redeems. Of course, as times have changed, the number of people using the Twitch stuff or the Silverado stuff definitely took a turn. Oh no! Come on, buddy. Just when I get here, let me free. Oh, this is the last one. I should run the other way. Oh, look at that fancy little colorful attire that you got on. Don't you feel so special dancing? What a gooba. Only one elimination that whole time? Wow. That was not very successful. What is this clip? No. Oh, that's great. Thanks, Jess. You've immortalized that moment. Hey, greetings, Sir West. How you doing? Testing 1, 2, and 3. Maybe it's on my end. What is the mic setting for me right now? Communication setting. Mic input default. No.
I cannot hear you.
There we go.
In the game.
There we go. You should hear me now, right?
Yep, I can't hear you.
No? Okay. Apparently not. Open mic. just toggle it.
Nope.
Testing 1, 2, 3. This is a conundrum. All right, it says it's plugged. Oh, wait, let's try this. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, there you are.
Aha. So I had to unplug my mic and then plug it back in. This mic has been doing that for a long time. That's why I upgraded the stream mic to this. But I forgot that this can happen. So how are you doing,
Let's
Wes?
see. All right, I just got off. I was over there. Me and Lisa and Mark D with a C. We're doing a little bit of trios for a while there. So.
Ah, dandy.
And we.
Jess has been taking me down memory lane with clips of early streams. And I tell you what, when you see something from yourself that's 3 years old and then realize how much you've changed, it's quite striking. Of my family members, I am the most well documented in that sense because of the streams, and so it's been something where I'll bet in a couple of years I'm going to look back on it and say, I'll see my transformation, and I wonder if I'll be able to see that same transformation in others, or if I'll just have to see it, only see myself changing. All right, let's see here. Going to the desert, I guess.
Okay.
I had to do that one time with a Switch. So, yeah, for the audio. Indeed.
Wow. For the end of the line, there's a ton of people here.
Everybody just realized that the bus said, "Get out," and so they did.
Yeah. Something.
Oh, where is he flying? I hear him. Oh, there he is. Spider-Gwen! Ew, it's a bug! Squish it! A big spider! There we go. Beat that spider with a stick. First player to get an elimination. I feel so special. Of course, it was a player that wasn't really paying attention, so, and maybe a bot, so, I mean, I can't take too much credit.
Could be. Could be.
Gloves.
Oh, there's two coming in by it here. I'm dropping in.
Time to punch above my weight.
Oh, you got him.
Take that, you pickle.
And the other one. Yeah, and the other one's crawling over here somewhere. Where'd they go? Oh, when you got the pickle, the other one deleted, I guess.
Nice. Oh. There we go.
Oh, I got blown up by the jet.
Whoa.
Darn it.
Oh, I did not realize those jets did that.
Yeah, it did it to me too.
You keep punching him away. I keep trying to shoot him.
Oh, Bender. Oh, he's running away.
Come back and fight, you coward. Well. trying to remember, you might be near the new part of the Save the World crossover.
Yeah. Played a little bit of that today, too. I was thoroughly lost. I had no idea what the hell was going on.
We have a couple of people that have watched the stream that are like big time players of Save the World.
Oh, goddamn.
Oh, that's a bot player. Pretty decent skills for a bot.
Yeah.
Anonymous.
Yeah.
Might have been a mobile,
Anytime they're
mobile
using
player.
anonymous, it annoys me. Yep. Alright, let's see here. Gotta use this med kit.
Did it not show my redeem? Oh, that's right. Let's see here. No, it doesn't, because I don't have that installed anymore. So we have to go over to the dashboard, and it says, change your voice to a British narrator for 5 minutes. Redeemed by Jess. Right now, we find ourselves isolated on this poor little island. It is covered with desert and jungle. It is not quite what it seems, though. It is a violent island where the savages are inhabiting the entire place. They make bombs, just like this one right here, in which they will drop on their neighbors. There's a reason why there's nobody who lives on this island anymore. Right now, the only people left are these savage scavengers looking for whatever weapons they left behind in their hope chests. Why did they put them in hope chests? Well, because they were idiotic people. We didn't say that they were smart or intelligent, just the mere fact that they were obsessed with violence. There were even people here that were like the reverse of a mermaid. They were fishmen. They were not very attractive, nor were they very intelligent. They seemed to have a memory of a goldfish. Even the women were savages, punching and fighting. It was a very unfriendly territory. So they beat them with sticks in order to bring about justice. Right there is what you would call a little kitty. Otherwise, people call it as a neko. That would be Japanese for cat.
A nekomare?
Indeed. Right here is one of the weirder inhabitants, somebody with a full-blown winter dress running around in the hot sands of the desert. There's a very good chance that she will perish before the end of the day, but not from a bullet, probably more from heat stroke. At least she has a nice vehicle, so she gave it to a child to drive. But this child heard the sound of feet. The pitter-patter filled him with a bloodlust. He had to go and investigate.
Are they inside?
They were indeed inside. He wasn't sure where they were, but he heard them, so he punched them with his little boy fists. And he got stuck. Who was that? He didn't care, for he just decided to annihilate him regardless. He was not the most civil of a character. In fact, one would dare say that he was not quite a pacifist monk like he pretended to be. He was full of his desire for violence and destruction.
Watch out, now you're gonna shoot.
Look at this savage beast. What was wrong with him? Why was he so determined to shoot that poor AI? Well, what we do not really like to
comprehend is the fact that he was actually, down deep, a pacifist. He truly was a monk of monks. But there was one thing that he drew the line at, and that was that he hated the AI. And he noticed everybody, upon elimination, turned into digital pixels. So maybe he was peaceful and not quite as bloodthirsty as people made him out to be. We now return you to your regular scheduled programming.
Oh, what's this? Hang on.
That used to be a very common sort of thing that we do around here. There's a couple of good moments, but I have to say that one of the funniest ones was in my personal opinion, was the self-narration of the actions that were taking place on the Chapter 4 island. It's during Christmas, if I remember right. Oh, golly. Oh, look at that. Poor fella.
Oh, you got him. Yeah, he's done.
He's got a skateboard on his back.
Yeah.
Nice. I used to redeem that one a lot. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Oh, great. Oh, we got another clip here.
I think they're up on that cliff. Up there.
Good one, Jess. That will be a memorable one. Golly. Yeah, there was a lot of people at when I first got started. I didn't know what sort of redeems to do, and I was really trying to put a lot of weight behind the redeems, and while it did work, it didn't ever really get to what I wanted it to truly be. And I was kind of hoping with Silverado to be able to figure out how to make that work, and didn't quite figure that part out, but I did get pretty close. And it's something where it's still in the back of my head, and I now know the code to pull it off. I just need the time to figure it out. Oh, hello. I recognize that pumpkin. I see ciabatta. A pumpkin with, that's the name of bread, and it's got a gummy bear on his back. Most intelligent. I stole your elimination. I'm sorry.
There's the super shredder. It's like a massive shotgun. Yeah, I'm not good with it either. That's why I don't touch it.
Yeah, I will take the ammo though. And the not shield. This will just take this. Let's move this right over here. That's better. I got that pumpkin, says Jess. Care package nearby, it looks like. Oh, I missed that. Where was that? We must have passed that a while back. Chrome Pumpkin was a free Halloween quest. That's right, because everybody was wearing it for a time. Get punched. Oh, that's a lot of damage on him.
Well, that's what this thing is here for.
Yeah. Ooh, and look at this. More stuff.
Yeah.
How many years have you been doing this game, West?
I don't know,
think I
maybe a
heard
year.
that. Okay.
Yeah, it's not long. Not long. Oh, they ran. They took off with the car.
Yeah.
No, we've got a vehicle over
Oh
here.
no, here they are. They went. Oh, this is another team. Okay. Okay. Dang. Almost
Oh.
got both of them. He's very low. Yeah, punch him.
No, not super low. Oh, you run away.
Watch out. He's going to be shooting here in a moment.
Yeah. I think we can make it.
He's a shooting.
Nope. Damn it.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oof. Jersey says, I dug into it a bit into Moho, and I guess it would be fine for $60 a year. The 400 gives you some advanced smartphone rigging and building in 3D engine. But I'll export to Blender anyway, so no point of using that. That is probably a good strategy. You'll have to tell me how it turns out, and show me some of the work that you do, so that way I can be able to know if it's worth getting myself. Ooh, Fortnite wants to hear from me. What is the most important reason for playing Battle Royale? Please select all that apply. To win. To play new games. To practice. To get better. To earn XP. The social behavior of other players. To complete quest challenges. To discover new content. To face opponents of similar skill. How about none of the above? I do this so I can do random discussions. Social behavior of other players. Submit. Golly. Where's the submit your own option?
Yeah.
By the way, I got to take a survey course when I was in college. And I did really bad at it the first time around, so I was forced to take it again. And I got a very good score on the second time around because, I finally understood everything. But one of the things that I've learned is that a survey is super easy to manipulate. We're talking just by the way you write it, you're guaranteed to get the response you want. And we found out how easy that was, and I can't see surveys without seeing that manipulation. And unfortunately, even if you have 9 options like they had there, you still have other ones that you should be taking into account, but are not.
Well, it's the whole same thing with mass media. They're not particularly being, outright lying, but they lie by omission. Always.
Mm-hmm. It is amazing. There was a survey that I saw years ago in which they were asking people their opinions about a product. and they basically rigged it to where no matter what happened, you said that the product was good. And I was like, no, it's not. It's a very bad product, which is why I'm taking the survey to begin with. And basically, they ended up thinking that I love their product because there's no other option. Oh, that was so frustrating. I feel like
that's
going
why
back
well, this is why I skip every single survey that Fortnite and Epic Games gives me, because it's exactly as you say. It's designed so that you can't criticize the game.
Yep, indeed. Now there is a way that you can thwart them, and that is to sabotage their numbers. Oh, there's actually a lot of people going there.
There is.
Might want to be careful of this one. There's a lot more people than I thought would come to this spot. I'll start with like 2 months this jersey, and yeah, that free trials are very helpful for that sort of stuff.
What the hell? Are you kidding me? Screw you.
Oh, I'm out of
It's
it.
the same person. Oh, come on. You know, I hate these kind of players. I hate them.
I'm coming to
screw
save
you.
ya. Oh.
Nah. Nope.
All right. Gonna. Oh, what the heck?
You better just run. They're all aimbotting.
Take them out one at a time. We're going to eliminate every last one of them.
Whoa, hello. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was some some questionable aiming there. Very questionable.
All of them. All of them. I'm telling you, there's.
No,
they're.
the first two that I came across were not, but that team definitely.
That was the ones that got me.
Yeah.
You can't convince me that there is this many people that can move the way that these players move and still stay completely on target for every hit.
Indeed.
It's impossible. It's an impossibility that there are that many. I understand there will be some that have that skill. I'm not going to deny it, but I run into them all the time. I'm like, there's no way you can run, jump, dodge, and run around like a squirrel on meth while I'm doing the same, and that yet every single shot you take hits me. It's like an impossibility.
Yep, that's one of the problems of that. I believe the survey that came out said depending on the game, between 3 to 30% of a player base have some sort of cheat enabled. I didn't realize it got that high, and apparently.
Oh, I think it's higher. I think it's higher.
Depending on the game, it can get higher, but it was like the average across all games. That was what the average was.
Oh, okay.
And
I
so
think
there's some
Fortnite,
games are really
itself,
low, but
yeah.
it's the ones that are like that are not famous are the ones that usually lower that number.
In this one, I would say you get depending on the time of day, it could be 40 to 50, maybe even higher %. And I say this because it's you get the ones using programs for their PCs, but it's hardwired built into the consoles of PlayStation and Xbox. They have aim assist. It's called aim assist, where they don't have to bother aiming. The the console aims for them.
Yep. Yep. It was, has got introduced with the Halo years and years ago. It hasn't been the same since.
Yep. I said.
Jess says, my high school sociology class talked about that, even with surveys, and how you can always mess with the way you present the info to change what the results mean. Yeah. I just turned off the survey option, says Jess. Oh, you sabotaged them. Weird names that took you out. Bad Mom X2. I didn't read the names there. Yeah, that is a little odd. A little suspicious, actually. My Switch has a bit of an aim assist, too. I still have a very low accuracy, says Jess. Hey, I call that a handicap in that case, so. No, it's the people that, are actively choosing things based upon, the PlayStation, where it gives them a whole lot of special controls. That's the things that can get the most frustrating to deal with.
Yep. Well, I actually wrote to Epic, and I told them, I said, you need to either make it so that you just have that players have to disable that function in order to log on, or you need to ban consoles from your platform, because either if you don't do either one of those, you are condoning cheating.
Oh, I personally even go harder than that. I'm all for region blocking, because a lot of the worst offenses usually come from very specific countries, and so I'm for doing the region block to solve the vast majority of the problems. But of course, they're never going to region block. There's way too much money for them to ever agree to do that. Although it is going to happen. Geopolitically, it's going to happen before long. The groundwork, as many people are starting to notice, has been laid. And we're probably 5-10 years away from everything getting region blocked.
Well, how are they going to get around VPNs?
No, I mean, I meant to say hardcore region blocking, cutting the cables.
Oh, I see what you mean.
The cables are already being cut. There's been a couple of folks who have observed this across either Europe, North America, Africa, Middle East. Cables are getting cut. And so if you want to play across the globe, soon it will be only done by satellite, because undersea cables are not going to probably stand much longer. Especially in a conflict, those will be the first things to go. In fact, Iran was threatening them, and I'm kind of surprised they didn't actually go through with it. But there's been some really suspicious other ones that get damaged, and it costs a fortune to try and go out and fix it. Just mentions, wonder what the level is with the Switch 2, since it has better hardware. That's a good question about the aim assist and whatnot. It's more than PlayStation, at least. It's as good, if not better, than some PCs, so it shouldn't have assist. So PlayStation announced years ago that they were going to implement a very strong aim assist. That was the one that I was kind of referring to. I know that you can turn it off. It's kind of like with the Switch. Like when I was doing a Mario Kart, and I actually thought I was pretty decent, and then I realized I had driving assist enabled by default, and then I realized I was a terrible driver. What the heck? Oh, that's interesting. What happened to the Incredibles car? The heck?
Oh, I told you there's a vehicle skin bug, every car that I have, except for this new one that I just won, it shows up as some kind of a hearse instead of the car that I'm selecting.
Well, it's definitely a
It's like-
hearse.
Yeah, and it's like a bus. It handles like a boat. It's terrible.
Golly.
Yeah, they're not fixing it either. They don't seem to be.
What if
too,
that is like a belated April Fool's joke?
No, it's been going on for 4 days now.
Oh wow.
Well, 3 days, I guess. 3 days.
Very
And I don't
interesting.
think that they're not too in a hurry. They don't seem to be too much in a hurry to fix it.
Oh, hello. Two people fighting beneath us.
Oh, I can't even get in
You're
the
down
car.
there. Nicely done. Just as is that the other version of it? I didn't notice that playing earlier. Yeah, that sounds like the bug that Wes was talking about. That is so weird.
Yep.
What if it turns? Oh yeah, there we go. What if it turns out that the bug is because they fired all the people? And this is like their way of getting back at them.
Well, this only happened. It happened right after the last update,
Mm-hmm.
which happened on at 4. You know, we were playing that night. We had to stop playing because I told you the update was happening at 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah.
The wheels aren't even spinning.
Well, you've got a
magic
blown out
car.
tire in the you've got a blown out tire in the back.
No, I mean like the wheels for me. The animation isn't even spinning.
Oh yeah. Nope.
Well. Poor fella. He thought he was victorious, only to lose. I felt sorry for him.
Do you have 50s?
I got this right over here.
Okay. I have 50s.
Yeah, this will help cover our shield. You can still use 2, which might find. Oh, yep, perfect. Time to go fishing in this mountain lake for the one trout that's in this pond.
Oh yeah, it's a gold one.
Oh, I don't really want that.
Yeah, me either. Well, the gold is gone. Now it's just a regular pond.
Yep. Why do they have octopus in here and puffer fish? This is just a mountain lake. Fortnite, get your zoology degree. So dumb. Fine. Go with this. And that'll be enough. Now I sort of want to go into a game just to test it. Oh, yeah. Oh, someone's nearby.
Yes, they are. Yeah, they're right here.
There's a wolf.
And it's our rival.
Bad doggy. Defeat. You are the poacher.
Reload.
Yes, jump up and down so I know where you're going to land. Most intelligent. Someone should tell him that was not so intelligent. Is that sphere Changing?
Yeah, it rotates. It
Ooh.
rotates,
Oh, no.
and you, well,
Dang, that hurt.
wow, what was that?
That was one heck of a...
I don't know what they're shooting, but they're shooting bullshit.
They're throwing, bombs. I didn't know those bombs were in game. That was so ridiculous. I'm gonna say there's something suspicious about that one, just because of how it hit. But that guy definitely got me fair and square. But the way it hit, that was. My character's bald head suddenly getting this suction cup that gets stuck to the back of it. Took me a minute to process what was about to happen. Oh no. Watch out for them.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna run and I'll revive you. Somehow, some way. These guys are too dangerous and I don't have gear for this.
Yeah, I call bullshit on them anyway. This is the same team from before.
Yes. Well, we'll have to revive without them knowing. And then hope that somebody else deals with their nonsense. And their sticky bombs. Uh-oh. Does he know where I am? I mean, completely possible. He probably saw me fly away. Alright, how do I get over there? I see the gas station. The gas station is probably the best way to make this happen. Oh, okay, they're fighting, so I should be in the clear. Going back for the card. Where are they fighting? Somewhere over there. Be grateful could be some words. Nothing to see. Great, inspiring sign. Okay, grab that. They left that vehicle. All right. Trying to bring back the West. Not the East, not the North, or the South, but the West.
Oh,
That's a bot.
no. Who is that?
That's a bot. I thought for a moment it
Is
was
that
about done for.
That's an NPC, I guess, huh? Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Oh, that was a close one.
Did I get my weapons back?
Ooh. A map of the globe. What a weird land.
Nice. All right, cool. Oh,
Some
look
shield
at that.
for you.
Cool. You got? Is that middies? Oh, these things. Cool.
Bunch of barrels. Okay, they're here. Let's move. Going to go for their vehicle. Yeah, I don't want to fight those guys now. After their shenanigans. They can keep those shenanigans and go find somebody else to play with. Well, we got a hearse again.
Yep.
This
Pretty much.
deadbeat vehicle. I mean, at least it becomes memorable.
Yeah, but like I said, it handles terribly, and it actually affects your gameplay.
Yep. have to adapt. Become the Master Undertaker. Lord of the Hearse. Not worth it. What's this fishy hole doing up here? That's definitely how you're supposed to open those things up. Ooh, I need that. Someone's behind us. No!
Oh, they run away.
They knew that their time was up when they saw the hearse coming for them. How to jump this one? Ooh, better items. And ooh, yes, I will take that big boomstick. Good. There we go. No, not out of fuel. I feel like this vehicle gives psychological warfare. Now we're going to abandon it. This will be up here.
Oh, they're on the tower.
Okay. Well, at least we're safe in here for a moment. All right, well, we are out of fuel. And they're going to come our way. I want to see what happens. Will they shoot at it?
Oh. They were right there just a second ago.
Oh, that's smart. Okay, they're fighting. It's in our favor. Oh, they're near. Where'd they go?
I punched one. Oh, come on! Are you kidding me?
Coming for you. Oh,
No.
sweet. This is not good.
You gotta be careful because I uppercut that guy 3 times and shot him. Well, okay. I shot him twice. I shot him twice with the shotguns and I couldn't kill him. I said, "There's something funny there."
Okay, there's 4 people, it looks like. Oh, no. Reload everything. Is there a van nearby?
I don't know. No. Well, no, not really. None left in the storm. Everything's in the storm.
Okay, I just want to see it when I got the card, because if there's one in here, then that would have been really nice. Uh-oh. They're in here. Get clobbered.
Double.
No. Escape.
Yeah.
Oof.
Ouch.
I lasted way longer than I thought I was going to.
Yeah.
Oh, look, he can do a dance. You're so talented. If only I could dance like that, then I could be cool, and I could be a winner too. Well, at least I ended up being in second place. I mean, for how that match went.
Yeah.
Do you have to deal with potholes over in New Jersey?
Yeah. Yeah. Especially after the winter. I think it's a combination of the fact that they are using more and more. They're using inferior materials to pave our roads, and they are hiring snowplow individuals that have no idea what they're doing. So
no.
they're tearing up these. They're just literally tearing our roads up brutally. So yeah, it's not good. I think maybe I was gonna call it. I guess maybe I got one more in me. I've not been feeling the best all evening. I must have ate something. I don't know. My stomach has been really bad. I think I need to lay down after this. So yeah,
that's unfortunate. Well, hopefully you recover soon.
This, you know what? I don't. It may be more than just eating something. It is. I may have to get this looked at because this has been going on too long now.
Ugh, that's no fun. I had a moment last year where I got horribly ill, and it was from eating a bit of whale meat, and took me out for 2 days. I vowed never to eat whale meat again.
No.
Just mentioned that the shop has the brain rot stuff again, and yeah, it's disgusting. Yep. Horrible garbage. At least they don't have a skippity toilet this time. So, a while back, someone was sharing about how much they love Skippity Toilet, and they're like, "This is so cool," and so it was becoming an international sensation. Everyone was quoting it. There was merchandise appearing in stores, and I thought, okay, fine, I'll take a look at what this thing is. Oh, I wish I could get those minutes back. Seconds were too much of a waste, let alone minutes. And I kept thinking when I saw it that it felt like something I saw over in Europe back in the early 2010s. So what the heck? They've destroyed the forest.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They cut everything down. All the treetop stuff is cut down, and the trees are cut down. It's like a logging area now. That's a big
These
sawmill.
villains.
Yep.
How dare they? Wow. But so, the same sort of feel of Skippity Toilet was everywhere in Europe around 2005 to 2014. And they had like this animatronic that you could purchase. It was this person that was sitting on a toilet, and then they would just start wiggling back and forth and making horrible sounds. And like, this is art. Oh, how Europe has fallen. But now then, Skippity Toilet comes to us. I'm like, okay, are we much better?
Yeah, nah.
Just mentions whale meat, not pickled whale blubber. Yes, indeed. No, I had the option for the pickled whale blubber, and I avoided it because I couldn't stand the smell. So I had normal whale meat, and it did not go so well. Yes, we did have a lot of gags about that whale meat. Well, it just has reminded me of all sorts of things about the early days of the stream. That was a favorite gag of BR Jason. Wonder how he's doing. Haven't seen him in a while. Granted, he's a busy fella, as I understand. I think the number of people have come to the stream that probably less than 1% of people are regularly maybe 5-10% of the people visit, and the rest of them, I have no idea what happened. It's a big mystery to me, like I was mentioning earlier. Blue chest. Do you need that?
I can take it. Yep.
I'm gonna carry this instead. There we go. Optimus. What a very clever name. Let me guess, his name is actually Bob. Oh, look, our wonderful, almost on time Rumble discussion that comes in that says nothing more than here's a URL to a very inappropriate video. Banned. Every stream this is happening.
Yep.
What is wrong? Rumble's been going downhill so much. Ooh, we got a new guy. Rumble has good elements, but man, there's far too many creators that just rant and rave about how great it is without addressing the problems. And then there's some people that just complain about the problems, and I can see the benefit of the platform, but man, are the problems way worse than people want to acknowledge. Ooh. Someone's right here. Oof. He got me. Nicely done.
Oh, their buddy. Oh, their buddy's gonna get me.
Oof.
Yep. Yeah.
That explosion. That explosion really gets you because of that secondary blast that happens.
Well, if you look, they're wearing matching skins, so
Yeah.
that's us already. That's always there are red flags. There are red flags I notice with different players if they're using if it's a generic skin, meaning the default skin, or a free skin, meaning they won it and didn't have to buy it. That's a red flag. And if they're wearing matching skins, that's a red flag. And these guys are wearing matching skins that were free, so that's a big red flag.
Indeed.
But yeah, I don't know what you can.
Although, then again, technically, we are kind of wearing matching skins in a roundabout way.
Well, yeah, well, see, the difference is ours is coordinated. Now
Yeah.
that's a little bit different. That can be kind of, but not as much as when they wear the exact same skins. I don't know. There's something. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it's weird. It's a weird thing.
Well, there was a big time streamer who he did that with people, and if you wanted to play with him, he had to get the exact same skin. And for him, when he said it was that you could be able to swap out your players and they wouldn't know who you're fighting. So you would assume someone was weak, and then you go in and actually get yourself eliminated because you assumed that it was the other one. And so it is a common problem in that it's where the pro players are, or the people that really take this game far too seriously. Always got to watch out for them. Yeah, I remember the first time I saw it was with when they had what I refer to as the Christmas peeps. They were goofy cartoon-like versions of a reindeer, and people just would get them all together, and that was the first time I noticed that coordination. They're hideous.
Yeah.
What are the Asian characters in your icon representative of?
I don't know. I all of a sudden, I used to have a cat up there, and one day as I was playing, I was awarded this, and I'm like, I like the look of it, so I just started using it. I have no idea what it says. It could say, it's kind of like that person that goes to the tattoo parlor and is like, hey, I want these characters. Because according to you, it says Ninja Warrior, but in reality, it says I'm a fruitcake. I don't know.
Yep. No, that's a very common problem. There was a Chinese speaker that I knew. He was a missionary, and he mentioned about how many people go over to a tattoo parlor to get something, and they think it's one thing, and it turns out that it says, I'm a stupid American.
Yeah.
Like, yep.
Well, I have Chinese with Japanese symbols on the backs of both of my hands. But I had looked them up before I went, so that I could match what I knew a thing to be was exactly what it was getting. So, but yeah, that's it. So, but yeah, no, I'm gonna call it. I gotta go lay down. I'm really not feeling well here.
Indeed. Well, hope you start feeling better, sir.
I appreciate it. Well, I appreciate the games. Thank you very much, sir. And I will. As long as I'm feeling better, I will catch you the next time I see you in the evening.
Indeed. By the way, the characters say Dragon Scroll, so that is the mystery solved.
Oh, okay, cool. I had no idea what that was, but that's cool. No problem.
Indeed. Japanese for Dragon Scroll. A scroll. All right, well, rest well, sir.
All right, sir. Have a good one. Take care now.
All right, let's see here. West Kegel, everybody. It is unfortunate. Illness is never fun. I don't know anybody who actually thinks it's fun, but what I'm referring to is that it is debilitating. And I remember there's a couple times where I've gotten sick and I've felt absolutely miserable. The worst I ever felt was coronavirus. That was the one time in my life where I got an illness. I thought, I actually do feel like I'm dying. Now, I wasn't far off in that sense. What I didn't realize is that because of my kind of the respiratory problems I've had in the past, that it was affecting me far worse than if I had healthier lungs. And so even though I never smoked or something like that, which was a very big problem for people that had coronavirus, the thing that I was suffering from was that my lungs were weak from years of allergies, and it was kind of treating me in the same sort of way. So it was a very weird sensation. And I remember relatives just kind of looking at me, and they were helpful. They were definitely helpful, but just the realization that you're having to heal and everybody is not quite sure what to make of it. I'm glad I had relatives in the area, because if I had to go through that on my own, that would have been absolutely... It would have been disheartening sort of illness. After this round, we'll go to the art, because it's been a while. I think we're at... Yeah, we're definitely past the time frame for getting started on that anyway. Remembered how wild it was, wired I was staying up all night playing Fortnite with you. Just had a high fever. Oh, yeah, that was those late nights of doing those games. Yeah, I think I remember that moment that you're talking about. Yeah, trying to deal with illness is one of the great things about the modern age is that we actually have the ability to interact even though we're sick. Back in the day, you would have just been, delegated to a room and people would just say, well, we hope they get better. And now you can actually interact with people, even though they're behind a closed door, far away, other side of the earth. Real fascinating, isn't it? That's a fish. Going for a swim there. I remember how much easier it was to destroy buildings in Fortnite. They have thankfully made them a lot more complex, because honestly, they made so many buildings that were just too fragile. You could destroy them in a moment, no second thought. Ah, we got the hearse again. The things they don't tell you is that You gotta beware. When a hearse runs you over, that's it. There's no coming back from something like that. Might as well just bury the man. Kind of looks a little bit like the Ghostbusters vehicle. That was a little closer than I wanted it to be. At least I can breathe in this purple gas. Feel healthier. Did you see the fish shoes in the shop? Oh, hello. Oof. That was oh, he had orange ones. Yeah. If it's that, then, you know, not much you can do. All right, we are going on to art. That means I need to get myself some more to drink. All right, let us exit out of this, and I will be back momentarily as this starts to update. Let's see here. Clip Paint Studio. Draw. Not only do they look funny names too. Oh, I should have checked that before I exited. I should have done that. Not bad. All right, be right back. just says, check out Instagram. Oh. Fish stinkers. Oh my. What a very fishy thing to get. Golly. I wonder how long it takes them to make some of those models. Okay, let me pull my reference here. So, over the last couple of weeks, I've been doing an experiment. A series of experiments. Unfortunately, as a result of the modern times and requests from work, as well as comments from from friends and whatnot, I have been forced to do the thing that I hate. Not forced, coerced, in order to prepare for the future. You probably know what that means. Yes, I've been in the tough bind of having to learn how to use the AI under protest. Well, let's go into why I had to start learning this. Because I do not want to use it. I'm going to resist it every step of the way. But there's some things that I'm going to now start using it for. But it's not going to be very much. Because my concerns are only stronger. I know, I sound like a hypocrite. Unfortunately, my hand was more or less forced. See, in order to try and pull off a lot of projects, I have to be able to use stock media. I was using stock media for music. I was using it for photos, for video. It was part of my job. I used it for textures, for sound effects. And guess what I discovered? Because as I got familiar with using the AI in my experiment, I suddenly learned a terrible truth. A lot of the stuff I found in stock media was AI. I was using AI even though I was trying my best to avoid it. You know how humiliating that is? To find out that you're like, oh, this is working out, and then you find out you were using an AI tool that whole time. So, I went into a little bit of a depression as I realized that the AI is coming for us regardless, and the chance of escaping it is next to none. So I made a new decision, because apparently I can't avoid it anymore. But what I can do is prevent myself from using other people's AI. And so I'm using it now only for reference. Because other people when they were flooding the market and you're putting money on stuff that turns out to be AI, might as well just make it yourself at that point. It's irritating, honestly. It aggravates me so much. But that being said, I have found a compromise. The only way I will use AI is for prototyping. Outside of that, I do not want to use it. Even so, I don't want to use it for prototyping. But I'm going to be using it in order to try and get better at blocking stuff. But when it comes to the actual material that I'm making, I want to keep that human-made. Because for me, is the principle of the matter. But also part of the principle of the matter is that I'm investing into other artists, other storytellers, other musicians. And if they're using the AI, I don't really want to be investing into that. I'd rather just have it generated on my own. There's a couple of exceptions that I will put to it. But for the stories that I want to tell, for the art I want to make, I want to maintain the honor and the dignity of investing into people who master their craft. I want to make sure that I avoid using it as much as possible. But I will use it for blocking. I will use it for concept. But not for like legit concept. So I want to use it in the sense of that it gives me poses. It gives me ideas of how to composite something together. But then I go in and do the actual compositing separate. Because then it ends up being more uniform. It gets to be also corrected without having to go through endless iterations. So what did I do in the process of trying to experiment? Well, I tried using the image generation. I did not do so well with that at first. I do much better at it now after some advice from some AI developers, users, including Wolfie Bank. He gave me some tips. So I tried image editing, image generation. I also tried music. Why? Because the bands that I was trying to look into figuring out how to work with don't respond. And suddenly I was like, well, how do you make music? How do you commission music if no one responds? And the people that do respond say, oh, we're using AI. Then I'll just go out and use the stupid AI myself. Okay? That's become my story of this last month. It's been truly frustrating. I when you see your entire industry fall into pieces around you, and the people that you're hoping are going to hold the line with you all cave to the new tech, and you're like, well, where's the team now? Where's the people that you can be able to work with? And they're gone. That's disheartening. And I honestly am not entirely sure what to make of it all. One of the songs actually ended up being pretty good. I will say that. I ended up scripting the lyrics, I refused to let the AI generate any lyrics. But I did let it do the music portion of it. Maybe one day I'll play it for y'all, but not yet. I kind of gotta get past the bad taste in my mouth for having done it. Someone was charging $100 for an AI generated piece of music that they did. $100. That was so insulting. It's like, I can just generate that. Why am I going to pay you $100? And this was for a video that I was making, and I needed music for it. And they're like, no, it's going to be $100. Like, fine. I'm going to go out and I'm going to learn how to generate this stuff myself. If you're just going to use AI and, do stuff like that. I looked for real music, and the number of people selling real music is so small compared to what it used to be. There's a guy that I really want to reach out to, but I haven't been able to figure out how. I have to figure out the project first before I ask him to do it. But he's like an actual musician, and he does beautiful work, incredible work, and I do want to use people like that for when I have a real legitimate piece of work I want to do. But in terms of blocking, fine. I'll just use the AI. But I will not go into the path of adopting it as a permanent tool. It will be something I keep at a distance, and it will be something I do not invest into or contribute to how the AI is being developed. I have to maintain my stance of being with Team Humanity and against the machine. By the way, tonight I'm doing a quick sketch. Why? Because I've been getting far too stuck on details. I've been doing the Milo drawing for a long time, and I've lost the ability to do fast sketches. That's what this one was the other day. So I'm trying to get better at the fast sketches, because everything about this world has become about speed. Especially if you got big stories you want to tell. You can't spend the time perfecting it. You have to surrender that if you want the story to be made. So until the stories are in their rough form or in their concept art form, until then you have to just maintain speed. And afterwards, if something needs to be developed and improved, then you can spend the time to do it. But I need to get to that point. And believe me, it pains me. I wish we lived 1,000 years to be able to pull off the stories the way that I want. But that's not going to be the case. We don't live forever. Not yet. And we only have a limited time on this earth to make the stuff that we feel compelled for. So until such a time as we have the eternity that is needed to develop the really big stuff, I have to create the stuff that I believe is going to help contribute to something meaningful in people's lives. You've admitted to having trouble being happy, something. Yeah, oh, always want to change stuff. Be the perfectionist. Yeah. Yes, indeed, Jess. I am definitely the perfectionist. And it pains me. That's why I'm like... It's one of the reasons why I feel like using the AI is cheating to me in so many ways. What's more, it's also just, ethically frustrates me. But at the same time, I realize, well, feel cornered. But I do want to get I have so many stories I want to finish. This is concept art right now for a story that, one of my first stories, actually. And you guys won't probably hear about this story at this point, with how slowly I'm making stuff. Unless something weird happens, which I got a gut feeling that could, and suddenly this project comes to the forefront and becomes like number one on the list of projects to finish. Right now, this is scheduled to be like project 3 in the long list. I got to get Milo done, I got to get my sci-fi adventure done, and then this story comes. Will it be in that order? I don't know. Milo's taken a long time, and I hope that after Milo I can dedicate more time to finishing this stuff, but yeah, I'm too much of a perfectionist. Work has mentioned that about me as well. They're like, just do it. Don't bother with like this. Look at what I'm doing. I'm trying to refine this fur color. Like, no, don't do that. Just move on to the next part. Don't worry about that. Go back and deal with that later, if ever. Man, it's frustrating. Like, to me, this is painful. This is painful. Like, just moving on. Hey, greetings there, Lucy. How are you doing? Great perspective. Much appreciated. But yeah, so I'm getting aggravated by all this stuff. And if I want the stories to succeed, I have to be faster. If I want to be able to actually make stuff these days and not rely upon the AI, I have to use the AI. What a time to be alive. What a time. Are you into art, Lucy? And if so, what type do you prefer? With the rise of AI and at the rapid progression, do you think it is still worth trying to learn manually? Oh, Lucy, if only you knew. If only you knew the can of worms that gets open when you say that. I have been ranting against the AI since I started streaming 4 years ago. I believe that it is most important that your craft be done manually. Not just because it takes human beings to make it, but because you only grow through struggle. The AI takes away that struggle. Suffering is something we avoid in this world. And unfortunately, it goes down to even something as simple as doing exercise or building your brain or anything that causes pain we hide from, when in reality we're supposed to embrace it because it makes us stronger. AI is unfortunately making us weak, just like the car. If we didn't have cars, we would be very good walkers, runners, hikers, without much effort, because we'd be doing it all the time. Without the car, we would be incredibly fit. But because of the car, we get weak. We get lazy. I tell people every muscle in the body can be replaced with a machine, except one, and that's the brain. Your brain is required for you to make wise decisions. If the AI makes a decision for you, you're becoming a drone. That's why it's so important to practice, to grow, because the AI will not be with us forever. I do believe that, and I'm not going to go into all the ins and outs of how I believe that, because I have ranted about that so many times. But I do believe there's going to be a backlash, and just like the Balerian Jihad of Dune, there's going to be a faction of humanity that rises up against it, and the people that embraced it are going to regret having focused so much on trying to replace humans with a machine. That's why I believe that's still worth it, because this is a very small part of time right now. Humanity is not going to disappear, but we may be given over to the consequences for a while. I think the people that given the most to AI are probably going to suffer the most. And I think those that invested into it are going to suffer even more so, because they're going to have the guilt of what they've done. We need hope, and hope is not found in a machine. Hope is found in doing good, in helping one another, in living to what God wants us to be. He wants us to have critical thinking, to be skilled in what we do. I do not use AI to create any of my stories. I'm using it to block some ideas, but I'm not using it for that, for anything that's written, because I'm being very careful with that. There are some areas where maybe it will be used, but for the most part, I want to make sure that it is done by hand, by my own mind, and by the minds of those that are around me. Over in China, there is something terrible that happened. During the Cultural Revolution, people were told to stop thinking and to do whatever the government told them to. Don't question, act. And terrible atrocities happened. People starved to death in one of the worst moments of human suffering that has ever been known. They turned on their educated men and women. They lashed out and wreaked horrible damage. An AI replaces your need to think. And if you're a drone, well, you can be influenced like a drone. Just like how television was accused of brainwashing people. What happens when AI tells you this is how it is, and you've learned to question it almost never. You just accept it and you lean into it. That's why it is so utterly concerning. Just mentions the digital drawing is probably making it harder for you to not be a perfectionist, since you can change things easier. Yes, you're very right. I draw faster on paper, which, by the way, I've been trying to get my drawing table operational again. And because I do draw better by hand on paper. But it's been a very difficult thing to try and do. My table is not in a very good spot. And that's one of the problems of the limitations of my apartment. That's why I've started just relying upon this tool and not trying to do it on the art table itself. Even though I got it set up for some streams a while back, it's been really hard to try and make that work. I want to learn from scratch. Humans have souls, machines don't. I feel like art is a gift, and the soul of the artist is infused into the art. Indeed. I have seen a lot of people who have suffered from AI as well. A lot of people I know who have been fired. A lot of people who are being treated like, oh, human beings are just going to be outmoded, like a car taking over for a horse. Wait, what? You want to replace human beings with an AI? Transhumanism is indeed a dangerous belief. And there are some people that really do think that that's going to happen. And so, I'm not a fan of how things are shaping up. But I do believe that we're going to be at a tipping point soon. This waste of AI is going to come to an end soon. There will be an AI that stays around, but I don't think it's going to be the super intelligence that people think it will be. I think it will be super intelligent compared to people just because they've become so simple. That's the thing. Have you ever seen somebody who is let's say that you are somebody who only speaks English, and somebody comes up and says, hey, I just went over to this Chinese restaurant and had their food. Wow, it's great. Here, I'll take you on over there. You go over there and they say to the waiter or waitress, Ni hao, I want to have some of your food here. And you look at the guy and it's like, wow, you speak Chinese? Does the guy speak Chinese? No, he just said ni hao. Hello, the most basic of things. When we don't understand something, it seems incredible to us. It seems almost magical. But the more you start to know it, the more you start to become critical-minded, it makes you weaker if you ignore the ability to grow. So, when you learn Chinese, you suddenly start to realize that doesn't mean that you know something. Same thing with AI. The simpler your mind is, the less critical thinking you are, the more the AI will seem like this magical thing that can answer all questions. It's a super intelligence. But the more you learn about it, the more you realize it's not. Because it lacks that soul. And it lacks that critical thinking, that ability to make decisions. It's just calculations. A spreadsheet. Glorified spreadsheet. I would like to get into graphic design, 3D sculpting, CG, digital design, and all the above. Iron mixed with clay. Yeah, there's some truth in that. Though digital is easier for when you have to do a commission since you can edit it. Yeah, that's very true, Jess. I do prefer it for commissions, but it does make things super tiresome at times. It's good for vector art, but when it comes to paintings, I much rather, or drawings or paintings, I much rather prefer the actual physical media. Which, by the way, I made a big investment into upgrading my gear, like my physical art. So once I have the ability to turn the camera around and focus on the table right behind this camera, then I can do it. But I don't have that yet. I got close. I'm almost there, but it's going to be a tight turnaround. The one thing that's hard, though, is that despite us wanting to learn and get better, the one problem in all of this is that companies do not want to hire that. They don't want to hire people that are skilled. They've given up on that. They're like, what's the point? We'll just invest in somebody who knows AI. Well, they do that to their own detriment. See, I've learned never trust people who have too much power because they know how to abuse it. And you have a conscience that is much more gentle than what theirs is. And they can very easily exploit, take advantage of people. Just because you're powerful, it can be sometimes, you might say, oh, well, I'll be the king of all the peasants they'll all be slaves to the AI, then I can rule them through the AI. But there's going to be somebody that comes along someday and says, why do I need human beings if the AI can do all this stuff? See, I don't think that human beings will be replaced, but I think the people at the top, somebody's going to get that sick idea, and then we're all in danger. That's one of the reasons why I'm against AI so much, is because I know that the hearts of powerful men are easily swayed to do evil. Easily swayed. And companies are already proving that by the way that they very quickly have been firing people. Like, no, it doesn't matter. They'll just find another job. What? They're going to go over and flip burgers, and then the AI takes over that, and the machine starts flipping the burgers? Oh, we'll just give them money out of the goodness of our heart. You're going to give the commoner money because you don't want to give the commoner money to live. You just do it so they don't rise up against you. That's the only reason why. I'd rather embrace the chance to build people up so they can impact their community. I want my community up here in Alaska to thrive. I want to see people benefit, to become stronger, to become wiser, to care for their neighbors. Sure, I want that to happen across the whole world, but I can't do that for the whole world. I can only do it for here. The reason why that's important is that the people in our own neighborhoods are the ones that are in jeopardy right now. And if you have a business that employs real flesh and blood people, you are contributing to your community in ways that nobody else is. You're building them up. You're giving them something to strive for, something to hope for. It's important to remember that. There was a businessman that I overheard at the coffee shop. He was talking about how, oh, it's getting so expensive, and we keep having people stealing from our business. And his solution was, I'm just going to shut everything down. And he was talking to his business friend who was like, yeah, let's just get out of this business. Nobody wants us around. Everyone's stealing from our business. How about let's just quit? We'll just shut everything down. Well, you know what that does? The people that do matter in that community, who do love what you're doing for it, they're the ones that get punished, not the people that are causing the problems. A lot of businessmen have this idea that somehow they can just brush away the commoner in one way or another, and I'm not a fan of that sort of stuff. I think there's a lot of problems if we allow that sort of mentality to happen, regardless of the business. But if I see somebody saying, hey, I'm just going to hire an AI agent instead of a flesh and blood person, well, you can bet I'm going to have a big issue with that. Believe me, I want to do things like hire a musician to do some music for me. I can't find somebody who's not, who's like practicing their craft. I mean, I can't find some, but those are like the big dogs. I can't find like, casual guys that are just doing it for the fun of it. It's that like, hey, let's do something together. can't find people that do that in animation. And I've been searching for years. Oh, sure, there's a couple of people that are doing it, but not nearly enough to actually do projects. Similar concept to a weapon. The weapon itself is not necessarily bad, but through the operator. Rather, they are good or bad. Indeed, Lucy. Exactly. It is deeply troubling to me that we are in such... that the culture is becoming the way that it is. Sure, you probably can't change a ton of our culture, but we can definitely change the... we can change enough to at least make a stand without getting, destructive. Because there's a lot of people right now that kind of want to rise up and start chaos. And while I can understand the sentiment, I also realize that we're called to be peaceful and patient, even when people abuse us. And I feel like a lot of these AI people are going to reap what they sowed. We don't have to bring it down for them. I think it's coming on its own. It's already happening, as I've been seeing. I think we're a couple of months away from something really taking a dive. It's one of the reasons why I'm like, all you can do is pray for these people. Hope and pray that they will start to understand what is going on. And to build up your neighbor in the meantime. You don't have to wage a conflict to make a difference. The best thing you can do, the biggest change you can perform, care for the one that's close. Order out of chaos. Yep. I want to, well, if I had a choice, if I had the means, I would definitely be trying to get us an art studio operational. I don't have the funds. I was saving up in the hopes that I'd be able to do it. And then the cost of living jumped a ton, and the savings became worthless. I was prepared to try and do something over a span of 2-3 years. I was like, that was my mind. It's like, oh, we're going to be a slow ramp up. And then the whole economy tanked. And this was started years ago. It started back in 2023, I think. 2022, 2023. When I looked at my budget and realized this ain't happening. But I had like this idea, this dream that I'd be able to work with artists who are going to maintain our craft, keep getting better, encouraging each other to improve, and then try and make some big projects. It never happened. And not that I didn't, not like, I did try. Like I was getting prepared. I started putting the money towards that sort of stuff, and everything, man, the cost of everything just went so dang high. There's people that got started for pennies, and here I couldn't make it work for even thousands of dollars. A complete disappointment and discouragement. But, you know, in that sense, it wasn't meant to be. You can't necessarily force something to happen if it's not meant to happen. When you do that, you start to try and maybe force something that once everything pans out, it might come back and bite you bad. And so I looked at that and I was like, well, other people made it work. Apparently it's just not meant to happen. And maybe it still will one day, but not yet. There's something else I apparently have to learn before I can give that another try. But I do want to try and help improve the artistic community, let alone my own local community. Just gotta figure out what that role that I'm supposed to play is. Until then, this is my role. Work by day, stream and ramble about civility and kindness and wisdom by night. Well, at least there are still some genuine individuals who still believe in authenticity. Times have certainly changed. Stay strong and hopeful, though. Indeed. The most important thing is to be able to keep encouraging one another. There's a lot of people out there that are in pretty tough binds. Like, I'm more just from my own self. Most of it's just discouragement because I have dreams that I would like to have happen that never happened. Other people are discouraged because life has fallen apart. Thankfully, I've not dealt with that. But they do have my sympathy, and I've known a lot of people in that position, including artists who have lost everything as a result of all these changes. I hope that they recover, and I try and reach out to them when I have the opportunity, but some of them it's a little harder to get a hold of than it used to be. What you are doing is a step. Indeed. Question is, where is that step going? Is it going over the edge of a cliff? You know, I had an opportunity, a couple opportunities. That's why I'm not entirely discouraged. It was not, a lot of things were not meant to be. A couple years ago, I got my first real offer to try and do something big. It didn't happen. It didn't happen because I had to make a stand for ethical reasons. The guy went too far. It caused a lot of problems. It wasn't the last time either. There's a couple of times where I've been in positions of either authority or was preparing for stuff, and nothing ever happened. It was like the moment you got it, it was taken away from you. That's why it was providentially given and providentially taken away. I don't know why it happened that way. All I know is that it did for a reason, and there's nothing to be said about that other than learn the lesson and press on. By the way, this story concept that I'm doing right here is a tale that is of medieval Europe. Now, I am a fan of medieval stories, but there's one period of history, and I won't mention about what it is because that would reveal too much of the story, and I kind of want to well, I kind of want to be able to actually tell the story without somebody like latching onto it, especially with AI, and generate something before I have a chance to, give it a shot. But it is a story that I want to tell because I think that it's kind of pertinent to what modern times are like. Maybe I'll get to tell the story one day. Maybe I won't. Maybe it'll just be written notes that somebody digs up one day and it's like, oh, look at this guy. He had a stupid idea. Who knows? Maybe I'm being spared from doing a stupid idea that no one would want to hear. We'll see. Based upon how Milo goes, it could be yay or nay. You speak of God and His will. Well, then follow His lead, and He will guide your steps in the right direction. It is all about the intent of our hearts. There is truth there, Lucy. Very much so. Very much so. It's one of the reasons why it's, so important to encourage one another. It's easy to join the crowd. Super easy. But it's really hard to make a stand and have the crowd pass you by. There was a film, a small film that I got the chance to participate in. And I was removed from the project immediately because of ethical reasons. But I remember passing on a script idea to the guy, and he was like, oh, wow, I really want to try and make this. And if I had actually worked on the project, I would have actually probably handed the story over to him. So it's kind of interesting how I was probably spared that, and now I have a chance to maybe make it into a short film one day. It would not make a good book. I know that for a fact. I've already, if nothing else, it would be a comic. But it is something where you're spared things. In the moment, you don't realize you're being spared. Sometimes you're given a chance to taste success just so you know what it's like. And then you can dwell about it and wonder, was that good or was that bad? There was a short film that I made, was in charge of making. It was a kind of a fan film. Very short, and it got big traction on Rumble. Big traction. It got put on the homepage. It got a lot of views. And Rumble reached out and said, we want more of this. I was not the person they contacted. They contacted my supervisor, and they said, how do we make more of these things? And they offered a price tag. Oh my goodness, that price tag was big. And the guy that they asked him, he said, no, we need more. So I lost that commission. I got to taste the success and never actually got to reap the rewards. And I was baffled about that. I was like, why did that happen? Well, I started to realize why. Because I got to see somebody who did get success, and it went to his head. And he became an awful guy. I thought, what if that had been me? I got to learn the lesson by watching. I got to know what he was dealing with without having to reap the penalty that he did. Yeah, greed, exactly. And I'm not joking when I say it was a lot of money that guy got. There are definitely some pirates out there. We have to protect our thoughts and ideas now. Yes. Actually, I got a fun story for you on this. Jess has heard this. But I was in a script writing class back in college years ago. And I already had a couple of stories I really wanted to tell. And may have been protected. Oh, believe me, the whole backstory is huge. Some of the people who've been on this channel know that full backstory. You have no idea. You have no idea what went into that. But yes, it was protection. And I was spared. And I got to taste it just so I would know what it is they were dealing with. But anyway, so script writing class. I had many stories I wanted to tell. My folder of story ideas is 50 main stories that I want to tell. I don't have enough time in life to tell that number of stories. So I've been merging them together. And like, okay, here's 5 stories that are similar enough. Let's weave them into one story. And it's actually been going pretty well. But during the script writing class, I pulled out my story list and thought, which one of these do I want to choose for this class? I got this weird gut feeling, like, don't use one of the ones that you have, that you really think can go somewhere. And so I got a new idea, a brand new idea. I'm like, okay, I'll just make a story off of this. And I got into the class, and we're supposed to give a treatment at the start. So, come in, you pull up your papers, you're just waiting for your turn. I was in the class. I was the last person to get up and present. Everyone who got up did space adventure, world like Star Wars, world like Star Trek, things like that. Everything was in the same field. And then I got up and I said, I want to tell a story that is about a historic figure, Bartholomew Roberts, and the hunt for his lost treasure. This is historically based, historically inspired, and it's a fictitious story about what happens if someone actually discovered this long-lost treasure. I gave the treatment, and no kidding, the next time we did this, everybody's story went from being sci-fi to being space pirates, a lost treasure, a backstabbing figure that was in the story, a backstabbing figure to get a treasure, and they went down this list. Everything was pirates or treasure. Only one person didn't do that. Kudos to that person for actually sticking with their original story, but everyone else changed their story. And the professor leaned out and looked at them all. Wow, your guys' story has changed a lot. And he looked at one guy like, Josh, why did your story change? Oh, this was always my plan. I actually meant to tell a pirate story to begin with, but, you know, I went against my better judgment and made a sci-fi thing, so I decided to go back to the original idea. He looked over at me and looked back at him, and then he went down the list and like, wow, you guys are really original, aren't you? It was hilarious. But I realized how easy it is to steal an idea. That was the long and short of that story. It's super easy to steal an idea. That's why I don't tell you like what the story is for this tale. All I tell you is that it is a medieval story, and it is inspired off of a very interesting historic moment. Nothing more. And then when the story finally does hopefully come out, God willing, then you will know. Until then, it just remains as concept art. By the way, that's the same thing with this one right here. This one's concept art for the sci-fi story. You won't know what it is that you're seeing here until the time that story comes out. Which, by the way, I already did an intro to it, and it's already has some promise. So we'll have to see what happens with that. That one's coming out after Milo. Not many can think for themselves and capitalize on the ones who can. You're not joking when you say that. There's a guy that I knew. He went not into media. He went hardcore into script writing. And man, it was like pulling teeth to get the guy to do an original story, because I had to work with him. I was like, I wasn't necessarily a true mentor of his, but I was definitely working with him to try and help him improve his script writing skills. That guy could not write a script for anything, and it was his career. And as I understand, he got out of that shortly thereafter. Not to say that somehow I was great at writing. I'm terrible at writing in many ways. But the difference was that he didn't practice his craft. I think that's a big thing. Practice your craft. Lean into it. If you're not able to make it, no problem. Work harder. Figure it out. Don't write yourself off. Too many people write themselves off when they really shouldn't. And I think that's probably the most discouraging thing of all. People get discouraged. Again, a reason why we encourage one another. Because it's so easy to get discouraged. Amen, God willing. Indeed. Indeed. That's interesting. You can actually make it negative. Okay, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this right there. I just want it toned back so there's a little bit of color there. There we go. That'll work. And then come back here and add one more layer. This one's going to be underneath, and this is going to be our horizon. And then darken it. Why is that not working? Oh yeah, that's right, because of how this program operates. Yeah, that's probably not necessary. We'll ignore that part. Too many want to get to the top, willing to step on others to do it. I gotta take a class in business. I thought that I would be able to learn how to run a business by taking the class. That's not the thing that I learned. By the way, I'm not a big advocate of college. Because I had a very bad experience. But I thought, hey, if I want to be able to actually get into art, animation, film, storytelling, I better learn how the business works. Well, we didn't have a very good business class opportunity for that, so I just took a generic business class about how to run a company. And the class was interesting. I did not learn what I wanted. I learned something different. I learned most people in the world of business do it for money. That was sobering. I knew people were down deep greedy. I just didn't realize how many people were in that camp. And man, was that disheartening. To suddenly realize that there were people that all they saw was the financial opportunities that they could have at another's expense. And so the professor would mention things like, hey, what sort of business ethics should we have? And he left it open-ended to the students. And the students would come back and say, oh, obviously we have to make as much money as fast as we can and be able to eliminate competition. And they went through this detailed list, all the students like ranting about how they were going to get to the top. Me, who had recently been to Disney and had seen what happened when a CEO took half of the company's finances and students couldn't even afford to pay for food. Yes, Walt Disney, we couldn't pay for our own food on the finances that you gave us. That kind of radicalizes you in a way. And you start to realize business isn't about lording over another. It's not about grinding someone else into the ground to claim that you got the most bonus points for this life. There's only one thing we can take with us out of this earth. That's other people. You don't get other people by grinding another into the dust over finances. Bob Iger took 50% of the company's revenues. 50%, and he got a bonus because of how successful he was. I would walk down the street of the Disney parks, and I came across some artists. They were human stamp machines. They were not allowed to make anything else other than what the company dictated. And I found out that they had worked on their most recent 2D animated feature, only to be fired because they were no longer necessary. That's why Bob Iger got so rich, because he was responsible for destroying and gutting the company. So when I was in that class, I said, the purpose of a business is to build up your community, to provide a service, and to be a steward of the finances you were given. People got ticked when I said that. Oh, they got ticked. And it became an arguing fest. And the professor was just over there like, I don't know what to do. He didn't realize the students were going to get so angry over that. And so I didn't get a lot of words in edgewise. They were just like, that's wrong, blah, blah, blah. And I went to a Christian school, by the way, too. So that's what made it even worse, is that these students had no idea of how to kind of be loving. It's like, it's all about the money. No, folks, that's not. Yes, money can be a tool, but it can also be a horrible, horrible vice. Oof. I think that's the most important thing that you can learn at college. Not the classes. It's learning human psyche. Because, oh my goodness, you learn a lot about that. What advice would you give for those who are just starting their journey in art? Do not surrender your talents. Grow them. Volunteer, practice, and share. Do not hide it under a rock. These containers right here are full of story ideas. I got a lot of containers. They're in loose notes, sketches, ideas. Nobody has seen these except like 2 family members, and even so, they've not seen much. This is kind of the equivalent of hiding stuff under a rock. It doesn't benefit anybody. This right here was a piece of artwork that I did for people that were watching the streams. It was a request. I did it. Is it perfect? No. But you know what? It's sharing your gift. Making sure other people find some merit in it. Even if it's not refined. Even if it's something that they fully don't know what it is that's going on. This right here is a scene that will be in the Milo story when it comes out. But this is like for part 2. So people aren't even going to know too much about this scene until that happens. Artists everywhere are scared stiff to share what they have. I myself don't tell you the stories that I'm drawing images for because I am nervous about losing it, about someone taking it, because I've seen it where people steal an idea and they run with it. That doesn't mean you stop sharing it. It means you have to be wise with how you share it, who you share it with, how you develop it. If you're good at art, make t-shirts. Design pamphlets. Make stupid little giveaway Christmas decorations that no one wants. Okay, yes, some people wanted them, but it's the idea behind it. Don't hide it. Find something to lean into. Don't share everything. Develop it. Some things have to grow before you can harvest. But there's some things you can give right here, right now. That's the best thing you can do for your art. It's practicing in sharing. It doesn't matter how good you are. What matters is how you improve. Like the parable of the talents in the Bible. Yeah. I had, I don't have it near me, but I spent $1,000 printing out photographs that I've gotten of the surrounding area. $1,000 for an event, which I was hoping to sell at least one of them, and didn't sell one. And then one day I walked into the shop that it was being presented in. It was it was a photo gallery that was at, and one of them was missing. Yes, somebody bought it. It was one of the better ones. It was like the one that I thought, that's the best one. And it didn't sell. The hook broke and it fell to the ground and they didn't hang it up again. $1,000 for nobody to care. Or was that really the case? Did they really not care? Was it a waste? Or was there something else that was happening? What if you were supposed to just learn the process? What if other people were just supposed to go to the gallery and enjoy it? Not everything has to make a profit. And that was my lesson for that. Just because you put money into it doesn't mean you get money back. In fact, if you get money back, it means you're probably not caring about your art. I know it may sound a little weird, but we're in an age where you can't do that anymore. You have to embrace the gift that you have and not try and take advantage of it, honestly. Because otherwise you will be beaten out by the cheapest option in town. Hope and pray the Lord will give you the desires of your heart and that your heart will continue with His will. I believe He still has a plan for your treasures and gifts. Your words of wisdom are very inspiring. Thank you. He is already using you. Keep going. Much appreciated, Lucy. Doesn't sound weird, makes a lot of sense. You know, that's one of the reasons why I've actually been streaming for the last couple of years. It's one of the reasons why I also have like the late night shift for streaming, is because originally I don't do things about hype. I don't do things about trying to clout chase. I do it just because, you know, I'm here to share discussions with people. It's trying to find the best way to use a gift when you're not entirely sure what your gift is supposed to be for. I think one of the problems of this modern generation is we're always looking for an angle of things. We're looking for an opportunity to make something out of it. But really what we should be doing is just embracing the fact that we have a gift, we have a talent. We don't have to try and make it into something. I was let go because I wasn't making enough money for a guy. And he's like, this is all about money. You're supposed to be making me cash and you're not making me enough. So I'm running a business. You're out. Okay. That guy never found peace. And I do know that as a fact. And I don't say that happily. I hope that he changes. But he was way too focused on finances at the detriment of great business opportunities. I had a folder that I presented to him. It had all 50 of my stories written in there. And the concepts, it was a pitch. He wanted me to work with him. And I said, okay. So, you know, if you really do want me around, I'm going to offer you this. My opportunity to make these will be through you and your business. I had them in hand and said that. He couldn't care less. He looked at it and was like, whatever. I want to do this other stuff. And then everything fell apart. By the way, when Rumble reached out with that massive deal, he didn't care. I wonder where he would have been if he had taken it. It was more money than he was making. But you know what it would have done? It would have spread that money out among a team of people. Didn't make him rich. It made his team rich. It would have made his team successful. And it wasn't even like a lot of money either, but the group would have actually made a team that would have actually been a studio. We were that close. We had 3 channels planned. We had about 10 people lined up to help make stuff, and it was going to be very unique. All of that thrown away because it didn't make the guy at the top the most money. Again, getting you to see that stuff, so that way, it doesn't, you don't make the same mistakes. A businessman, like what I learned at college, you're building a community of people. No, that's not the main goal of the business. Technically, it's to be able to offer a service. That's what the main purpose of a business is. But when you swap over and start making it for money and your own prestige, you miss out on something deeper. Culture and impact. Walt Disney was an incredible artisan. He did incredible work. Even though there's people that were not fans of him, Tolkien being among the list of people that hated Disney, but Disney did something very important. He built up an art culture that focused on family. There is so much loyalty to the Disney product because of Walt. There's people whose lives for generations were transformed. My family, when I was growing up, it was an incredible, important place to for family bonding because my dad was in the military. He'd come back. It's a very hard way to try and reorient your life around somebody who's been gone for a year. Best way to do it? Make new memories. And Disney was that way. Culture is actually a good goal for a company. Man, I wish that guy could have seen that. But again, it's for the best. Because there's some dark things that were happening behind the scenes that I won't go into, but it does make me concerned for their future. By the way, this is the reason why I can't get things done, is because then I also get distracted with stories. Do you have a podcast? This is my podcast. Welcome to Alaska Man Jeff talking while he plays Fortnite and does art. Because I could not get a podcast up and running. I did try, but I was not interesting enough for that. So I lean into this. This is the space in which people can come in the middle of the night and be able to hear wit and stories and whatever else that they find along the way. Jokes, whatnot. Clout chasing is a dangerous thing. And I've never advertised this channel other than through other channels that have invited me on to theirs. Daramuth being one of them, Dadman55 being another. Those are the only places where I really share that sort of stuff. But it's amazing the people that come around during the middle of the night. I've had people who are having a lot of who come along oh, I recognize you, and it's from back when I had clout and I was going somewhere, and then suddenly that all crashed and burned, and they're like, oh, I still remember you, and they come out of the blue. There's those people. There's people that are having a heck of a time, a very bad time in their life, and then I kind of get the opportunity to talk with them and hear their story. But it is interesting how things have unfolded, because if you look on the YouTube, Twitter, Rumble space, a lot of people are clout chasers. Even people that say that they're not. They're like, we just give you the facts and whatnot, and we're not clout chasers. Clout chasing is when you lean in to try and build up your brand through any means necessary. And there's a couple of clout chasers that I experienced some pretty tough times with, in which I learned just how detrimental that is. I'm glad I got to see that. There's a reason why I want to be a writer. It's because I've had a lot of experiences over a very short time of life. I mean, short time, 36. But the amount of... I'm somebody who has gotten a chance to see so many different things. And I have some stories I want to be able to tell that draw inspiration off of these things. And one of those things is that there's a lot of bad things I've gotten to see. And a chance to kind of help people or just listen to their stories, if nothing else. All that stuff wouldn't have been possible if I had gotten to find success early on. It never would have happened. I would have been off to the races, and I would have not lived life enough to be able to tell a compelling narrative that would transform anyone's life, or even let alone just be an encouragement to someone. God decided to give me a much harder road to walk. And you know what? It's not a bad road. Sometimes we get afraid of a road to walk, even though it's not so terrible. It's just burdensome. But it's all about whether or not you're going to learn from it and to press on. Your story goes into your art, much appreciated. However, nothing wrong with realizing of where you can improve. It is still unfolding. Indeed. I got 4 years over you. Ha ha ha. Oh, we are still young. Indeed. Isn't it weird how, isn't it weird how society has changed? Like, once upon a time, this would have been considered middle age, and now it's like people are a lot more lively these days, and I don't feel like I have like the aches and pains that I remember hearing. Like, oh, you're gonna get terrible pains when you reach a certain age. Yes, people do get pains, but I do find it interesting how you're still just kind of getting started in many things. I do find that fascinating. Listening is a beautiful thing, indeed. Perhaps you are storing up your treasures in heaven rather than this earth. That is the hopes and prayers. There are some things where I want to be able to throw more stuff into. Well, there's some earthly possessions that I'm looking at them kind of rotting in that sense and thinking, what good is it? And part of it is because I'm seeing the fruitlessness of something being stagnant. I had a moment where I decided to throw everything into trying to pursue a dream. And went broke in the process. I have since been a lot more frugal. But believe me, there is a point where I want to invest everything into trying to do something I believe is meaningful. But that will happen one day. Just not yet. Not yet, indeed. Let's see here. It is 1 o'clock my time. I need to wrap things up because I still have to go to work tomorrow because I'm working on Saturday. So at least we got this piece of artwork here. It's something. Maybe it's not perfect, but you know what? It's enough to be added to the collection of concept art. So when the story does get made, I at least have something to draw upon and offer inspiration. So we got that one for the other day, and we got this one for today. Wonderful. But anyway, we're going to start this process of wrapping up. Much appreciated, folks, for coming by. We had quite a few folks in here today, including Wes, Jess, Dadman, Anna, and Lucy, and that one bot who came in and decided to give us that pointless spam video. Oh, golly. But we are going to bring this to a close. As we always say around here, thank you everyone for coming by, and hope you found something of meaning around here. Have a good evening, one and all. Good evening, morning, wherever you are. Just a reminder, no matter what happens in life, no matter what lot you end up with, be civil to one another and share that civility with all that you come across, even those who don't deserve it. And we will see you next time. We will be back tomorrow, maybe. Kind of. I don't have very strict schedules around here. It kind of depends on about when I get back up and operational, and sometimes when I get back late, I'm like, I don't know if I can do this. So anyway, but we will probably be back tomorrow. The question is what time? I don't know. But until then, folks, have a very pleasant evening. Much appreciated for that message, Lucy.